further.
Do we all just universally hate the emote combination that CJ just posted? The chewing emote. Ugh. How are you guys? Happy Friday. Welcome. Hope you're all doing well. It's nice to see you all. Yeah. Whoa, Mocha. Thank you for the 36 months. Wait. Isn't that 3 years then? Am I done? 24, 36. 3 years. 33. This is 36. Oh. Wait. Okay. I see now. I understand. I can read. Thank you for the 33 months. Yeah, it was like, that shouldn't happen until like May. Question mark. Moko made you faint? No, but it says you resubscribed for 36 months, but you've been subscribed for 33, so then you paid for 3 months, question mark? But anyways, Moko, what did you do to Ben? Very important question. That's crazy, Shadow, that it costs that much. I had no idea. I don't even know that it costs very much at all here. She dropped her weight and landed on her knee. Oh man. Almost passed out in the pain. Yeah, the chewing emote. I don't like it. I do not like it. Yeah, pay $7 €7 to get your eyesight checked. Well, that still might be better than America, I don't know. Horrific. Now CJ knows we all hate it. Alright, today we're doing community canvas. If you want to draw with us, the link is pinned. And if you can't see the pin, then you can type !join to get the link in the chat. Hello, Sundrake. Hope you're doing good. Nice to see you. Lou says, I stuck wanting to draw but couldn't get yourself to start, so this helps a bunch. Oh, I'm so glad. Yeah, it's always nice to do some doodles as a warm-up, you know? So let's switch over, put some music on. What song should I put on? This is fine. Urge to cause chaos rising. But yeah, so we'll be doodling on the canvas all night. You can draw whatever you like. There are 2 canvases if you prefer to draw less in front of people. You can go to that canvas. I know some of y'all like to do that. No one's bothered by the requirements, but everyone is bothered because the job offers for learning it, aka commonly most people's first work experience, require a driver's license. Yeah. Yeah, it's like, how do I get the money to get the license if I can't make the money? I hate silly things like that. Or like similar, like a similar situation is like when you like are trying to get an entry-level job and the entry-level job is like requires 5 years of experience. It's like, where do I get the experience from? See, it's gonna be our DJ. Alright, song request is on if you guys want to request songs. You're more than welcome to. The brush is so big. Okay. How's everybody's week's been going? Y'all been alright? All been doing good? Anything interesting happen? My week's been pretty good. I got some chores done today. Did some laundry. I'm pretty caught up with the dishes too, which I'm happy with.
Hello there.
Hey, username. How's it going? It's nice to see you again. Work till like 8:30 on Tuesday? Oh, goodness. You better be making that cash for all that work. You doing fine? I'm doing good too, thank you.
I'm going to ultra kill you, you
Hello, Pope. How are you doing? I'm doing pretty good. Week's been alright, got a little sick, but you're kicking its butt. Good, I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad you're feeling better then, presumably. Or at least not doing too bad. I hope you're self-caring and drinking lots of water. Getting fluids. So that you keep kicking that butt. Slowly fading out the cough, but it's still holding on. You're getting there. You're gonna beat it. For sure. Okay, what to draw? You've consumed too much water. Very good. I'm glad to hear that. I love the universal test of like the pen little circle. Or the scribble. I love some good MSI to start the day off. Haven't heard this song in so long. I know, I heard the guitar intro and I was like, ooh. Like, yeah. I'm just gonna start off with some silly chibis or something. Do we have to listen to the entire alien stage again? Whoever's in the bottom left, what brush are you using? I can't get mine to go that small. I'm in the bottom left actually. I'm using the pencil. And I've set the size to 8 pixels. Do you have, wait, let me check. I have, oh, did you set, so there's a minimum percentage in, under the size. It's like min, jitter. Let's try setting min to 0%. Min is at 0. I have flow 100%, opacity 100%, jitter 0%. Stabilizer shouldn't matter. Oh, that looks smaller. Oh, is the brush at 2? That's weird. What is this button? Do you have... There's like a little button. It looks like next to the size, it looks like a little target. Is that pressed? Try toggling that. No problem, Boone. No difference. I don't know what that button does, but just trying to troubleshoot. It's okay, Trigger. I'm sending you hugs. That was the toggle for the pencil. Oh. Really? But that seems to make the difference. Okay, good. Yeah, it doesn't like say what that is or what it does, so just like guessing. I'm trying to play tic-tac-toe. Let's go. Whenever I play tic-tac-toe, it just always ends in a draw. I swear I never get a normal game of tic-tac-toe. Oh, yeah, just like that. I think there's a strategy to it. But I don't know what it is. Well, see what I mean? How do you play tic-tac-toe without getting draws? I made a face, though. Challenge you? Okay. Ben is confident. Hold on, I gotta fix the song. Give me a sec. I hate this game. Rewind. Go again. Okay. Thank you for the follow. I hope you're doing good today. Wow, it's the same result as last time. Strategy works if you get the middle. Okay, wait. Show me what to do. So middle, yeah. So you do middle.
Hello there.
And then I respawn. Oh wait, I gotta go here? Hello. I hope you're doing well today. Yeah. But oh, okay. I see. So you go middle, corner, middle. That's the strategy. But it only works if you go first. Or you get the middle, I guess. Hmm. That looks really good, Trigger. Lucius looks really good as well. Everybody's doing really good art. Monty's my snake. If you're new here, he's cold-blooded, so you know he needs warmth. Hope you're not afraid of snakes. If you go for the center, they'll try to block your line, but if you go for the middle one, it gives you two. I see. Yeah, of course, guys. Sure, there's better strategies, but that's what I do. I see. I see. Hi, people. Yeah, that's... You do say hi. Oh, am I dumb? Did I just let you win? Oh, I'm O. I'm a little streamer brain right now. Damn. Oh. You like Magma's pencil brush over your own in Krita? I wonder if you could like recreate it. I mean, it's just like anti-aliasing, or it has no anti-aliasing, right? I think. I don't know. I'm not a brush maker though, personally. I think I've made like one brush ever. Lovely to meet you. I go by Wolf. I use she, her pronouns. I'm doing okay. Oh, nice to meet you, Wolf. Sorry, I didn't see the message right away. I was too busy trying to figure out tic-tac-toe. I'm doing quite alright, thank you for asking. I do like Magma's pencil brush a lot. I don't know what it is about it. It's just like, it makes me feel very sketchy. I don't think I could use it on like a daily basis for my art though. No idea what I'm doing. All I know is I'm doing something clownish for Boone. The clown knows. It's okay. Sometimes you don't gotta know exactly what you're doing here. You just gotta do it. Oh man. Poor CJ's having the worst luck today with the song requests. You'll have to search it on YouTube and try to find a different video and request it by the link. YouTube videos can have embedding turned off, which is when like, you know, it pops up as the video instead of a link. And apparently that's how the song request like uses it. Why are you requesting Skibbity? Please spare us. Messed up to everybody. It's possible too. Gonna go eat dinner. I hope you have a nice meal. Enjoy. You know you want to be a cat. Honestly, being a cat or dog sounds like a really nice life to me. TikTok, TikTok-toeception. What color should you give this creature? Green. Green eyes. Yeah, if you guys can make sure you keep your drawings small. Not too small. Like around Trigger and Luce's size. Or smaller is good. Robin Williams versions? Excellent. I'm just gonna scoot this real quick. A little bit. There we go. Still miss the man, don't we all? What a national treasure he was. I love this version of the song. I don't know the original song, but it... Ow. Sounds pretty cool. Sorry. It's dropped my phone, and it went off my desk, under my desk, and landed on my foot. Yeah, I'm fine. I tried to deflect it away from landing on my computer, I guess. And it just deflected it onto me. It's from Red Alert 2, which is kind of niche. Yeah, I don't think I've heard of that. That is not what you wanted. I can take it off the request list. I figured that was an accident. V. Just V. My favorite song, V. Yo, Linkin Park, let's go. Big ears. I love when the chibis have the giant ears. It's still playing one of the songs, I think. A certain VTuber has a bunch of cursed emotes, the ones you were using earlier. They're very cursed indeed. I love that though. It's so much fun. It's okay. Yeah, sometimes you just need a Snickers, you know? You're all good. I'm glad you're feeling better. Oh, did it stop? There we go. I'm gonna try a little guy with me trigger. Yeah, pizza? Yum. $18-pack Mountain Dew. Delicious. Can't see myself drinking 18 cans. Yeah, I feel that. Recently, we went to a party, and they asked us to, like, get drinks. And maybe, like, we got, like, I don't know, like 4 packs of soda, right? 4, like, 12-can packs. Uh, we ended up going home with all of them. Minus like maybe like a pack worth of cans. So now I just have a bunch of soda, and I'm like, I can't have this in my house. I'm trying not to gain weight. So I've just been drinking them very slowly. Consume the high fructose corn syrup. Yes, my favorite meal. An entire can of soda. Had heartburn after one can. Yeah. Like I can't drink diet soda. I don't know if any of you are like this, but like I think it's absolutely disgusting. Thank you for the hydrate username. Diet is fucking garbo. It just like has the worst taste. Some people can't taste it either, but I can definitely tell when it's not real sugar. Like even like Splenda and like the sugar replacements, I just can't use them. It's just so gross. I'd rather just use less sugar or drink less soda, you know? Oop, oopsie. I'm sorry to hear Trigger. I like how you clarified that he's not dead, though. Thank you. Just can't have high fructose because of some intestinal stuff, so I haven't had soda in like 6 months. Honestly, it's for the better, though. You know? You've only just started drinking soda, Trigger? Like for the first time in your life? Is Boone gone? I think Boone's making dinner right now. Someone made the let me do it for you redeem 1K. Look, it's such a long redeem to have for only like 400 points. I'm sorry. Yeah, they're listening. No, CJ. Oh, that's how you're finding out if Boone is watching the chat. No, Boone is not seeing your chewing emotes. Only I am. I'm the only one suffering at the moment. That's Are you still here? No, none of you are real. I'm the only one that's here. Even the drawings are hallucinations. Big trigger. Sorry about that, everybody. Boone's AFK, otherwise I feel like Boone would have timed you out. Probably. No! CJ, no! Goodbye. Oh, they're back. Okay, anyways. Anyhow. This looks bad. I'm smooching. Hello, Chapel. Yeah, at least it kind of blocked it. You know what's funny about that is they didn't even draw it in the right orientation. Oh, I didn't realize the music was off, sorry. The shrimps. I'm doing good, Chapel. How about you? Give you a shout out. Hello, Rat. How's it going? About to head out? Yeah. Hope you're having a good day. I like that one better, CJ, actually. It's gonna be a solid day. Oh, I'm glad to hear that. Hope good stuff happens. Hope you enjoy. Thank you for stopping by the way. It's always lovely to see you.
Do you want some eggs? Like I'm just making like dirty eggs, like some peppers, onions, a little bit of cheese mixed in.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Can I ask you? Can you mute so I can ask you something else?
Hello, hi Rez. How are you doing? Is that Lobo?
No, that was me.
Oh.
The logo's fine. That's the sound I make when I see Rez.
Oh, okay. Yeah, of course. How are you, Rez? How was your stream? Oh my god, I'm getting another raid from Whisper. Hello, Whisper. Hello, friends. Hi, raiders.
Damn.
How are you all? I can't even read all the usernames because I'm trying to type. How are you? Welcome, everybody. Welcome, Emerald. It's nice to see you.
I gotta go back to cooking.
Omo, hello. Oh my gosh. Rez, thank you for the 27 months. Oh, I don't even have music playing right now. Welcome, everybody. You guys don't know me, I'm Lai. I run this interdimensional tavern that you've run into. I hope you're all doing well. Hello, Whisper. How are you? Hang on, I gotta give shoutouts. Rose. Oh wait, that didn't work. Oh no, ignore that. Hold on. I'm gonna move to my keyboard so I can actually type it. How are you guys? How are your streams? I'm Fred Rice. Hello. Thank you for the follow. Subathon's over. Oh, congrats. How'd it go? Did you hit a lot of your goals? I'm sure that you did. I did tune in a bit ago and saw. Thank you. Thank you, Riz. Sorry, we're having some trolls here. Of course, when I stepped away to do the shoutouts. Anyways, very sorry. I hope you all are doing well. Whisper, what did you do on stream? And Rez, what did you do? Usually we have a very well behaved canvas. Would have been more on top of that if I was actually in front of the screen at the moment. Are you a well-behaved chemist? No, I said canvas, sorry. Nothing. Don't worry about it. It was fun. We did a math test. I'm notoriously bad at it. Then we did some Final Fantasy 14. Helped some people, did some sillies. It was great. Oh, nice. I didn't know you play Final Fantasy 14. My mod Boone recently got us into that. Big fan. You're at 1.0, baby. Nice. I'm at, I don't know the, like, patch names and stuff, but I'm at, we're right at the end of Heavensward, like right about to go into Stormblood. Monty with the lie tail. Heavensward is my favorite expansion. It was really good. Hang on, I can do it for you real quick, Trigger. How do I delete key? Okay, there we go. Yeah, it was very, very good storytelling in Heavensward. Oh yeah, Master Puppets always fucks. Masterpiece, Hot Man Yowie. Very true. Is that one of the Alien Stage characters? Just hazarding a guess. Very tired, so you're gonna lurk? Oh yeah, no problem. I hope you have a very good lurk. Thank you again for the raid, I appreciate it. Metallica is in Fortnite? What do you mean? Oh, I love Don't Fear the Reaper. Wait, Lucy posted little character references. I love Chutney. Chutney is so cute. Sorry, I'm looking at Discord. I know she got a spur of energy and spent the entire day just doing the PNGtuber after you got attached to them. Nice. It looks awesome. I love it. Oh, Big Bo, hello. How are you doing? Thank you for the raid. Let me just shout you out real quick. How was your stream? Welcome in, everybody. Hope you're all doing good today. Howdy, howdy. Enjoy the stream. You'll be working? Yeah, no problem. I hope you have a good rest of your day. Thank you again. Hope you had a lovely stream. You and all your viewers. I'll see you around. Being rated by so many cool people. I know. It's lovely. Very grateful for all the raids today. Oh, this is the Batman music. Very dramatic. The pen isn't responding right all of a sudden. gonna go make some more tea. Yeah, enjoy. Where does a tree find a date? Timber. Like that, I haven't heard that before. Timber.
Frick you, this isn't mine, stupid. You're welcome. Come on, Noble. Come on. Come on, Uber. Can I get you anything?
Mm.
Are you sure? You need any water or anything?
John with the mouse, just saying that. Yeah. It can be hard. The Pope technically be more powerful than you since you're a demon? I guess he could have some power. I mean, he's got the holy water, so, you know. Like so. Save a horse, ride a cowboy. Oh, this isn't about Skibidi Toilet? I didn't realize. Just Little Big being fucking weird. I see. Skibidi is a fun word, though, outside of its current context. Skibidi. That's what. Vocalist? I think I've only heard a male voice so far. And a dog, apparently. Redeem? Was it? Oh. Hmm. Sometimes the redeems just be that way. You used to know the dance for this song? There's a whole dance that goes with it? It's like air humps. Interesting. Oh, the song. Clown Sona. You know, I heard that if you want to copyright your Clown Sona, you gotta put them on an egg. You requested this? You can do exclamation point song. It'll tell you who. Username. Came back to a banger? Well, at least somebody likes it. That were in the early 2000s. Remember when tacos were so random and funny? Haha. You're welcome, they say. think it's Monday, bees. Monday at like 6, maybe? Bye-bye, Pope. Enjoy your games. Thank you for stopping by. Oh, Monday at 8. That was close. Damn. Chat uninvited. Imagine. Oops. Who are you sacrificing, Vice? Or who is doing the sacrificing, perhaps? No sacrifices happening? Damn. Unfortunate. Your Earthblade resurrection ritual. Oh, gotcha. Okay. I see. Wrong song. Oh. Did you do that? Somebody requested that earlier by accident, too. Here, I'll remember it again. You sacrifice your marble from last week. Oh, yeah. We gotta play marbles again. That was a lot of fun. It's very cute. I like the little candles a lot. Looks like it belongs in like a little game. Oh my god. Loose. There's like arms and hands. Chef's kiss. The perspective on the lower left hand is amazing. I'm gonna reach out and hold her hand. Or their hand. Also, Knight, your little guy with the Gengar hat. And then Trigger hanging onto you. It's so cute. Mm. Mm. The little goober and the little blush. Mm. Back, welcome back. You got tacos? Yum. Just like the taco song we listened to earlier. No, don't eat him. Can't listen to that song normally anymore. What do you mean? Is it a meme? Oh, I have not heard that version of it. Hello, Dex. Hope you're doing good today. This song is so weird. What? Wouldn't mind making a clown Santa. Can make one right now. Behold. I need to enlist in the Great Clown War. What are we fighting in the war? Yeah, who's fighting? The rich. Alright, I'm in. I'm gonna make out with her. Have funeral? Alright, yeah. We'll make sure to put one together. Hope you have a good day, usernames. Thanks for popping by. Fun! Alright, have a funeral, everybody. Have a good funeral. Oh, neuron activation. Just that, like, what is that, like, weird noise? I don't even know how to describe it. The numb noise. The noise you feel when you're numb, I guess. MIDI noises, I guess. I was just listen to this without kids by MGMT in the other ear. Listen to this for 5 hours straight on its own. Hey, Orange. Hope you're doing good today. I'm rocking out to some Linkin Park right now. I love this song. Oh yeah, it's an excellent classic. Hope you're doing well today. It's nice to see you. Smoke on the water, let's go. Getting all the classics in here. Wait, I gotta change my hair if I'm a clown. I need clown hair. And your father blasting Linkin Park while working out in the garage. I know your brother really enjoyed Linkin Park, if I remember correct. Probably because of your dad. You did too. Yeah. Who doesn't enjoy Linkin Park, honestly? Germany now and all in one piece. Very, very big change of tone indeed. So sad you wanted to draw with us. Oh, well, don't worry. We'll do it again soon. Oh, I'm sorry, Orange. I did not mean to block you. We've had some trolls today. Can you make an account so that you're not anonymous? Sorry about that. Creatively bankrupt now. How it feels when you finish a masterpiece. Twitch changed the viewer controls on mobile. Hopefully in a good way, because, like, they have not been good recently. Now you know how long everyone has followed. Good, they gave us stalker controls. Excellent. Played this. I know, when you first sub. Now Shadow can judge you all. You should watch Vampire Night. Is it a horror movie? What kind of movie is it? It's an anime. Oh. I'm gonna send you timestamp. Okay. Coming up to 3 years. I know. Helps me keep track of how long I've been streaming since you've been here since day one. Backrooms. Caretaker. I'm 3 years old. Wow. Enjoy. Get sent to the back rooms, everybody. Have I ever listened to the entirety? I listened to, I want to say like 3 to 4 hours of it. Like, just like in the background because I was curious. It's like 6 hours long. It's like a 6-hour long album or something ridiculous. And then I stopped because it got upsetting. You should delete the message. W album, says Rez. Yeah. I mean, honestly, it's fucking brilliant. But it got to the point where it was such, like, gibberish that I was like, this is just fucking sad. Because, like, the first couple albums or songs or whatever are, like, fine, mostly. Because they're kind of like this, where it's, like, crackly, like, old-fashioned music. And then it starts to become, like, kind of like a bad record. And then at some point it just becomes completely unintelligible, and I was like, okay, this is making me cry. I'm gonna stop listening to it. Hello, Jamie. Welcome in. Made an account. It should show you as not anonymous. Okay. Good. Sorry about that again. I'm just being overly cautious now. Let me know if it doesn't work for you, and we'll try to figure something out. Yeah, this is the album that's a representation of Alzheimer's. What site is this? This is magma.com. And it's just like a little site. People can use the link to hop in and draw. It's a really cool site. It's still not working? They did make an account. Was it like IP ban you? Because that wouldn't be the case. I do see, okay, that's Jamie. Damn, I'm sorry. Trying to see if there's any setting for it. There's a war against CJ now. Okay, try now, Orange. See if that lets you back in. Belfoot. Oh, I know that name. It's from that mobile dating game or whatever with the 7 deadly sins, right? Lucifer is not a twink. I kind of feel like Lucifer was a twink. What was that called? What was that game? Asmo was the twink? You're Mamon's Stan. Obey Me, yeah, that's right. Hang on, I gotta look at him now. Well, I don't know, they were all pretty anime boys, so like they were kind of all twinks in my opinion. I guess he's more like a twonk. You still have it on your phone. I used to have that for a while. I think I liked Memon too. Boom. Did you introduce me to it? You might have. It might have been very early on in MA era that you mentioned it, and I was like, oh, I'm gonna try it. My save gets timed out. I think I liked Lucifer as well. Belphegor. Okay, Belphegor was the blue-haired one. And then Beelzebub was the orange-haired one. Alright, there you go, Orange. Stop playing because you got stuck in one of the minigames and couldn't continue with the story. Oh no! That sucks. That's really weird. Would it just, like, not let you progress at all? It's 2 a.m. You're going to bed. Good night, Shadow. Thanks for popping by and hanging out. Hope you have a good rest. Is around the time Belphegor fucking kills you, he either chokes you to death or snaps your neck. It's notorious to get game items to continue, so you have to grind a lot. Yeah, one of those, huh? I don't really remember the gameplay that much. I don't think I got very far in it, to be fair. Stuck on chapter 40. Curse of a mouse. Don't worry. We get plenty of mouse artists in here. There's no shame. There's only strength in being a mouse artist. Mouth artist. There's no shame in being a mouth. Unless you're CJ's mouth in particular. Is CJ still timed out? Oh, welcome back, Trigger. You forgot. You forgot about him? What the fuck? Poor CJ. There you go. Oops. Oh, just like Moko. Bigger tips. Oh, hell yeah. Narcolepsy is when you just fall asleep at any given moment. Only past 10 p.m. It's because your body naturally wants to get up at 6 a.m., so... It just is, time to sleep. Oh boy, 6 a.m. I'm surrounded by people today. Oh, I get that. Always makes me extra EP too. Mm-hmm. 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 Among Us. Sorry. I saw it in trigger showing for a second. Wait, what? I saw you. Here, I'll show you. I saw you draw like this shape. Among Us. Sus. Bit is sus. I don't know, I'm just being stupid. And so. Fuck, help. Doom the Dark Ages looks so over the top. I have not seen anything about it yet.
I think there's something wrong with me. All this time, I've been in love with my brother. What's wrong with that? Everything, you idiot. I didn't come here for Alabama vampires.
That first voice is really funny. He sounds like he took in helium. Oh, thank you, Trigger. Sus. Sheesh. He streaked up. God damn. You full in just one taco? He's a handprint. Don't slap his ass. It's very sus. Hey, Ghost. How's it going?
Hello there.
Hello. Hope you're doing good today. Nice to see you. You got a key and you don't know where it goes? Magical secret key. A $225 collector's edition of Doom. It comes with a 12-inch tall statue of the Slayer. That sounds really cool. I love when the collector's editions just come with crazy ass things. Imagine doing taxes. Oh, it's Jack singing.
I just want you to know, everyone else's cursors are moving in logical patterns. I don't know what you're doing, but your cursor was going like teleporting, like jumping all over the screen. I looked at it and I heard the cyber grind music from Ultra Kill.
Oh, it's probably like my pen is being like really weird. Like, see how like I can't like draw
It's not as
consistently.
sensitive. Yeah.
It was fine, and then it started acting up. So I don't know. Maybe it has something to do with that.
A fusion of you and Boone.
It's just my clown Sona.
Oh. You gotta put that on an egg.
I gotta put it on an egg.
Your makeup on a ceramic egg.
I know.
That's how you copyright it.
We were just talking about that earlier.
Oh. I don't know.
Oh, they got the actual VA. It does. I was like, it really sounds like him. Oh, hello, Sif. How are you doing? Welcome in. Let's slay, let's slay. Welcome in, Sif. Welcome in, Image and Daily. I hope I'm saying your name okay. Thank you for giving him a shout out. Hello, Life Thumbs. Welcome in. How was your stream, dear Sif? We're doing community canvas today. If anybody would like to draw with us, feel free. Guys, if you don't know Sif is a night VTuber. He's really, really stinking cool and lovely to talk to and watch streams. Also an awesome artist. The likest clown art. Yeah, Boone asked me to draw my clown Sona. So that's what I look like. Ow. Just if you guys can, if you're joining to draw, please make sure you set like a username or something. I would very much appreciate it. Also, hi creature. How are you? Welcome in. You drew a present from the ghost. Oh, the ghost is giving a present. That's so sweet. Balloon animal Monty. I have. Wait. Hang on. Let me show you. You don't have pen pressure. Sounds like wind tab is your enemy. Let me see. Can I post it? I drew balloon animal Monty once. But he's my tier 3 sub emote. Like that. Yeah, that's a good handprint. There's also a second canvas if you're finding there's not enough room. Trigger's drawing a giant face. How do you fix your pen pressure? Try, so like if you're looking at the size options and stuff, there's like a little button that looks like a target. Try pressing that and see if that works. No. Then I'm not sure. Have you, so like I know you were having trouble with the tablet PC thing in Clip Studio.
Hello there.
Have you tried just turning off Windows tablet completely? So hello Coral, welcome in. There's a creature at your resurrection circle. They're observing the resurrection. Started doing community art nights thanks to you. You're an amazing inspo. Oh, I'm so glad I'll have to come over for one. Or to eat dinner, but I'll be lurking. Thank you. Thank you for lurking. I hope you have a great... What is happening in this song? I hope you have a great meal, and I hope you had an amazing stream as well. Thank you for lurking, Coral. Appreciate it. Drawing your odd owl beast OC with the Pentagon shenanigans. I love it. Night, are you drawing pen drowned? What are you doodling? Oh, Pentagon. I'm gonna pull string. Pull string, please. How do you, there's a resize tool. It's like right under the selection tools. I know what to draw, so you fed into your recent creepypasta binge? Oh, I'm so glad I recognized it. I was like looking at it and I was like the hat, the eye tears, I was like, that is definitely Ben Drowned. Oh, that's so loud. I had to also do a where I'm on a string real quick. Yeah, I try not to react to it unless I need to. Because generally any reaction just spurs them on more. So like, if I just like don't react to something like that, it's just me trying to keep them from coming back. They eventually went away. Only had to block them like 8 times. I want to draw silly Pokemon. Oh, that's a good one. Successfully bullied. Bullying success. Two cellos. Love me some good cellos. Do you keep thinking it's Toki Bird? I don't feel like that looks like Toki Bird. Am I crazy? Maybe I still don't know what she looks like actually. Toki Bird. I guess the hair kinda, yeah. I can see it. It's the little flyaway at the top and at the sides. The demons. Day, that kind of looks like a character I was just working on. Like the pose and everything. Let me show you. Does this not look like they're twins? Twinning. Hello, fingerprints. Welcome in. That's exactly the same. I saw you drawing it and I was like, wait a minute. This person's new. I thought like maybe it was somebody drawing him. And then I was like, no. No, they're just twins. Aw. Long lost siblings. Oh, Lobo. Oh, sorry. Thank you, Lobo. He's just rolling his stupid weeble wobble ball around. Their limbs are long and they're both lost. Yeah. I like yours, the big old eyes. Honestly, it looks very friendly. Oops, I think I skipped a song. There we go. It's command to see when your song is coming up. Not sure off the top of my head. Let me see. What? Why did that not work? Should be in the document if it's not in that message. Yeah, I see that. It's weird. They're fine though. I don't think it affects anything. Cowboy. Did not work. When? There you go. Exclamation point when. Downloaded Google Chrome to see if that helps, and you still don't have pressure. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know. Have you tried restarting, like, your laptop or whatever? Where'd the wine come from? CSP is working just fine. That's not from me, right? Okay, no, I'm pink right now. So, what? Okay, it's hey creature. Can you erase the red line that you made by accident? Please. Thank you. I appreciate it. What the heck? Coral, thank you for the Prime sub. Oh, I don't know why I saw it so much earlier than the alert, but I appreciate it. I'm glad you're enjoying the stream. No worries, it happens, creature. Poor Boone. He's watching you struggle. It's a challenge now, Boone. Now you have to draw with no pressure. I'm so mad. Support says have the little target thing for pen pressure, which it is. Is your minimum percentage at 0? Yeah. Not sure. If you look up like tablet on your computer, try to see if you can turn tablet mode off, maybe? Just here to mess around a little. It was really fun. The little worms shall live happily ever after. Yes, I love the little worms we drew. Thank you for joining us for a bit. I love the little doodles. I'm glad you had a good time. Don't have tablet mode. Okay. Just trying to think of anything else. It's fine, I'll just cry. Oh no. I'm sorry. It is very pretty, isn't it? Very cute face. What's your thought experiment, CJ? Haven't drawn in a while? Are you on this canvas? You're on the other canvas. You got this creature. You have pen pressure with the pencil, but not the brush. It's really weird. I accept my fate. It's okay now. Now you have it with the brush. That's so weird. It must have just been like a weird glitch. Oh, at least it's working now. Now you can doodle with those. I don't know if I'm happy or frustrated more. You're planning a heist. Who's on your team and what roles do they have? Fictional or non-fictional? Planning a heist. I feel like choosing a thief character is just cheating, right? I feel like me, Bees, Boone, and Moko could pull off a pretty good heist. You can have one thief character. I'll take Garrett from the Thief series. He seems like a pretty good option. What is their roles? Alright, well, obviously Garrett from Thief plans out, or he executes the plan. He just does everything we watch. So glad someone remembers Garrett. I adore Thief. It's such a good game. Oh gosh. Boone plays the Meatball Man song for encouragement and to distract the guards. You think I could help with that heist? Why not? Boone's the decoy. Yeah. I'm the brains, obviously. I don't know. Bees is the brute force. Bees and Moko are the brute force in case anything goes downhill. There you go. That's my team. I think that's everybody. Who's doing recon? Me. I'm recon. Also, CJ, you're getting in on this heist. What are you doing? What's your job in this mix? Shadows, let's go. He's just a little guy. You're the gaslighter that gaslights you to plan the heist. Oh, okay. You're the one that, like, profits off of all of it and sits back. Is that it? Is that what I'm hearing? You convince us to go on the heist, and therefore you deserve a cut of the money, right? Is that what this is gonna be like? Is this Sonic clown? What is going on over here? What is that little guy, Loose? I love them. It does kind of look like Sonic Clown. Hey, Broadside here. Broadside here. Welcome back to another video. Welcome back to another Like It's Art stream. How are you doing, Broadside? Like and subscribe. May or may not betray you. Can't get a read on me, but the plot twist is that Monty was the true mastermind all along. This sounds very real, yeah. I believe it. We should make a movie. Shalos is just peak design, honestly. Don't feel like getting your drawing tablet out. That's okay. You're more than welcome to just vibe with us. We could do some peak mouse drawings. The scapegoat. Uh, thinking. One of Monty's rats, maybe. I'll just tell people what to draw. Draw something sexy, peasants. Something sexy, say? I mean, we have this. Right here. Is that sexy enough? Sexy Tim Curry. So much silly on the canvas. We love the silly. Versky's chat, I'm cooked. What do you mean? Are you just struggling? It's okay. We, the chat, believe in you. Hopping in to say hi. My sister wanted to watch Epic with me tonight. Let's go, Goose. I hope you enjoy. I guess you're just watching a bunch of animatics. That's so much fun. I hope your sister likes it. Give me the thighs. The thighs. Who did this? Got frustrated, now you don't know what to draw. Oh. Thank you for the follow. Hope you're doing good today.
Sniff sniff sniff, is that someone's stinky eye smell?
Do not sniff. Rude. Hi, Squishy. How are you? Made one art today, which is more than I thought I was capable. So I believe in all of you. Let's go. Thanks for showing off my cool moves. Squishy, how are you? Who's trying to thighs me? I'm just trying to decide what to attach to the top. Your internet's back. Welcome back, Dax. Waking up and struggling with the need to go to work. Oh man. Always a struggle. I feel you. You can't sleep, Shadow. Welcome back. Sorry you can't sleep. I wonder why I couldn't see a name. Yeah. I'm the only one with the name you can't see. There's... Oh. Okay, never mind. the I'm My Own Grandpa song was just getting to the good part when your Wi-Fi died. Did you? Were you the one that requested that? Everybody was like, what the fuck is this song? I hate it. Everybody hates it, Squishy, don't worry. Disgusted. Entered and got flashbanged by that song because he knew it beforehand. Oh, gotcha. And how does it make you feel? What are you? You really are just running social experiments today, huh, CJ? Never drawn your OC outlet out of painting style, so he just looks like a silly little owl creature. I love him. He is adorable. Owlet. Gonna head out and hang with friends. Hope everyone has a stream as lovely as you all are, and be sure to self-care. You deserve it. You're all important and loved and matter. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Thank you so much, Night. I appreciate you. I hope you have a wonderful night and enjoy your time with your friends. Hope you have a wonderful time. Woof. What the fuck? Animal cover of Linkin Park. This doesn't even sound like an animal. Is this a chihuahua? I know that's a pug. A peak cover. Give up on drawing. I'm sorry, creature. Don't worry. The donkey? Don't worry, creature. I've had terrible art block like this whole week or two. I feel you. I feel your pain. That does not sound like an animal. This cursed shitpost music. That's all we ever. No, that's not true. It's like at least 20% of every song request is just shitpost. I think you still got one more. What? It's playing right now. It must be like one in the. Maybe one behind. Lies. That's so weird. Who's drawing the owl? I am. I'm drawing owlet fan art right here. Owlet fan posting. How'd the bingo card thing go? It came out. I'm gonna make a version for chat and a version for me. And we're gonna play it against each other at some point. Oh, whoa. A joke you made an hour ago? Okay. Let's see what it is. I would have won by now. Probably. We'll see though. We will play it someday. Maybe for the 2K stream or something. What the fuck is it? I don't understand. Is something happen? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I understand what's happening a little bit. I forgot this song like played earlier. So everybody is here admiring Trigger's hand. Okay, it's over. My goodness. Bow, bow, bow. Bow, bow, bow. Love you all, thank you. Just admiring your handiwork. Getting triggered. Oh, okay. Thank you for explaining, Dex. That face. I love when the mouths are just that shape. Thank you for the follow. Hope you're doing good today. Oh, it is Cocomelon. I thought I recognized that. Hello, Coco. How are you doing? Congrats on your soon-to-be marriage. Your username is so cute. Bunny pointed me over here. Oh, thanks, Boom. I tried to be. Let's go. How are you doing, Coco? Heck yeah. I'd love to see them join the group doodle. A little sleepy, but alright. That's good, that's good. I hope we can get a good rest tonight. Adding your grain of sand to the cursedness. Can I have stream up while I do a few tasks? Yeah, no problem. Thanks for popping in. Burb. Burby. Please talk to me and my son anytime. As opposed to never talk to me and my son again. You gave him a son. Yeah, it was fan art, but then I was looking at it and I was like, never talk to me and my son again. Oh, have fun. I hope the games go good. Ruined my night playing Rivals. Thanks for stopping by, Vice. Luce has the same username in chat. I'm so glad. I'm so glad somebody drew a head over the horseman's body down here. Excellent. Oh my god, that bird is precious, Luce. Oh. Spoon drawing. Spoon is drawing the bride. The brides. Yes. Very good. Your bed feels like sand? Oh, that's the worst. Sorry to hear that. It feels like sad. Yeah. I hate sand. Gets everywhere. I can skip this? Okay. It's this song. Epic version, it says. What else did you have? Eating a tamale like a burrito. You're just constantly full of it because first thing your dog jumps on after being outside. Yeah, that happened with my parents and our family dogs. They always like brought in sand. The dirt here around here is like super sandy. They would always jump on the bed and my parents had to like clean it off every night. No, it's just called the epic version because it's like violin, like dramatic. It sounds like so sad. The dog smell, yeah. It'd be that way. It's coarse, it's rough, and it gets everywhere. Thank you, that's the full quote. I can never think of the full quote. I can only think of it gets everywhere. She sounds like she's gonna cry. Oh. This is an OC animatic. Oh, that's so well done, what the heck? This is so pretty. Motherfucking. I like that vision. Cat goes new. Is it Katsumi hour? Yippee! peeing on the grotto golem? He's gonna malfunction. Do not pee damage him. My pee is clean. I don't know if that really helps, but I appreciate the clarification. My pee's clean, trust me, bro. Because I can't literally see how much a goblin I am. If she can't handle you at your most goblin, then does she deserve to marry you? It took months of me begging her to marry me. I can't let her see this side. Shake my head. Dude, sounds like German Gru. Yeah, I guess so. Goblin energy is what you should be marrying for. I highly agree with that. Keep forgetting there's like a scribble here. No, I see. There we go. The Gruniverse. I hate that. Is this the same guy? Lizard. Eyelash gecko. Crested gecko. I'm thinking of eyelash python, I think. Oh, the cat want the burger? No, are you stepping on him? What is happening? No, don't step on him. He's got eyelashes. He's got the manicure. Lipstick. Oh, Eyelash Viper was the name that I was thinking of. This is a crested gecko. Eyelash Viper. Monty, why don't you have eyelashes? Snake. Okay. No, draw eyelash viper. The eyelash crew. Hips. Doodle got a sibling on the drawing board. The name is Doodle. Doodle noodle. Okay. Maybe do more Pokemon. Hmm. Any Pokemon requests for me to doodle? I'm using a random generator, but I'm not really getting anyone that speak to me. Absol? Absol's a good one. Chest Chestnut. I like him too. I do Absol. Just make him sit like a little boy. I love Rowlet. Rowlet's one of my favorites. I have like a giant round orb Rowlet. Roxanne, but it's just rocks. Who did this one? Text. I like this. I need to show this to Pope. I feel like Pope would like this. Pope likes rocks and curse songs. That was the grain of sand to the cursiveness. It was amazing. Rocks. I love this. This might be my favorite curse song that's played so far. An outlook? Are you like looking for advice on something? Question mark. Welcome in, by the way. Yes. Like on where to pick up art commissions. I mean, like any social media works. Reddit tends to work really good. There are some Discord servers you can join too. Rocks. You sound so upset. Thank you for the stretch, Sundrig. The rocks. I really like the screaming rocks. That was amazing. Rocks, indeed. Rocks, we love rocks. Rocks are excellent. I'm definitely showing that to Pope, by the way. Rock. We will rock you, but it's just rock. I always love the sound of this guitar. Rocks. The beginning of A Knight's Tale. What, for, with the song? Oh, We Will Rock You. Gotcha. Hello, Tachi. Welcome in. Hope you're doing good. Mm. Interesting song. There's a little Absol. Beautiful creature. I was eating the burger. Open wide. What is this? From Limbus Company. Well, Al gonna chomp the hamburger with like an eldritch horror before adding the fluff. The fluff makes all the difference sometimes. You ever seen an owl without any feathers? It's like really freaky. Thank you for looking loose. I don't know about Chestnut, but I'll draw his little first evolution. Wait, I've never seen the second evolution of this. It's wild. He's so round. Just the shape of a floating face with huge eyes, no bites. Yeah, I get what you mean. Oh, it is an auditor in your paintings. Let's go. We love a good auditor. You can keep being into horror or congratulate you for pulling it off. Could be cute and an auditor, like Monty. A very intense song. PP Bun. This song tickles my brain.
I
Hi.
know that they just explained the character, but I looked up at the fucking canvas and I for a solid like few seconds I was like, who the fuck drew Wan Shi Tong, he who knows 10,000 things? What is he doing out of his library?
Hi, bye, Squishy. Have a good day at work. The Pikmin noise song.
Drawing a lot of Pokemon.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just what I default to on this drawing program if I don't know how to draw.
You just start drawing Pokemon?
Yeah. Or they're just easy, I guess. As long as they're like first evolutions.
I don't know. I need you to draw Spheal from memory when you're done with Chespin.
Feel from memory.
Yeah, no references.
He's just a sphere. Sphere. Uh, seal. It looks really cool, broadside, by the way. I've been watching it come along. And cue that. Okay. Can't like see the cue. It's like kind of glitched out, so when it comes on, I'll just skip it. Welcome back, Luce. They're really spitting in that song. Just gonna watch for a little while. Yeah, no problem. All of your drawings today have looked really good, by the way. Of course. Big sleepy time. Bye bye, Dax. Thank you for chatting. Hope you have a good day. Or night. This is big sleepy time. Gotta get the little teeth in there. It's a song from something, though. I don't think so. It's very pretty. It's a song from the 70s. Oh. What the fuck? Process engineering. Yum, Echo Sugar Girls. Are those your playlists? That's really funny. Truly the duality of man, indeed. I'm a special lady. That you are. Reminds you of the Carrot song from Macross Frontier. Carrot song. Sounds like my kind of jam. I love carrots. Before I get distracted with the details, Owlet would most likely eat the books. Unlike the librarian from Avatar. Hungry. Just a hungry little creature. That's funny. You're good. I think you can request up to 5 at a time. Any other Pokemon I should draw? If not, I have a good one. Trigger! Thank you for the 15 months. I appreciate it. Gengar. Ooh, Gengar, just for you. Do them from memory. Oh, I also gotta do the spiel from memory. That'd be some. And he's got the 2 big ears. I'm not so sure if he has more than that. Got the little feet, short leggies. The little stubby arms. You gotta go do your own art now. That was fun. Excited for next stream. Bye bye, Trigger. Enjoy your art. Thanks for doodling. And he's got the big smile. That looks terrifying. We joining now? Awesome. I just have, he does have a little hairdo in the middle. Can't draw lines. This is definitely a Gengar of all time. It's so round. Yes. The roundest little guy you've ever seen. Just like me for real. And then I'll do a round little spiel next soon. Some Les Mis. Nice. Not sure how many more song requests we'll get to, but... Turning off song requests? No, I'll probably head out for the night soonish. So... Oh, fuck yeah. Listen to this banger. Turtles. 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 One. 2. 3. 4. Bow. Being a turtle. Turtles. 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 Done with doodles for now. I love the doodles. Bam. There's a third canvas? No, I did not. Gay homosexual gay. So cute. I love them. I hope they're little Pete's. Oh, with the P's right there. Gay homosexual gay. Very lovely little doodle. They eat. They do be eating. Orange is drawing roulette. Excellent. My fave. Second one's cramped. Yeah. Understandable. Mm-hmm. Got her doing your chores? Oh no. I hope she's alright. Wasn't bad, was it? Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Excellent, thank you. That nostalgia, CJ. I love the worm wrapped around the bean can. Said probably. Oh, okay. Oh, hopefully. This is your theme song? It sounds appropriate. This does give off very clown vibes. Gotta say. I'm doing the dance in spirit. Oops. Poo alarm screamed at you during a science class, like in the middle of class. Oh my gosh. That's so funny, actually. Snake solidarity down here. Beautiful. Thank you, Miku. I was just thinking about that piece. Hearthstone Innkeeper. What does he say again when you open the app? So today we'll be discussing the battle of Take a Seat by the Hearth. Like totally outing that you were just gonna play a game on your phone. At least he was pretty chill about it, at least. I think he was kind of pissed, but he was generally a chill DJ. The little mini Absol. I love it. We can shrink triggers trying a little bit. Oh wait, okay, hold on. Messed up. Another cursed emote? That's very cursed. Oh. Keep it cohesive here. There you go. I need a little bit more room. I know, me too, Boone. That's always what it reminds me of. Hips. We love hips. I blame bees. Bow, bow. I want to draw like a seagull trying to eat it, but I don't know how to draw a seagull. I just forget just how long this is. Fucking crazy ass solo. Bow, bow. Okay. I think I'm gonna head out for tonight. If you're still drawing, please, by all means, feel free to continue. The canvas will remain open throughout the night, so, and I will post it in the Discord tomorrow. Eth! Hello, Eth. Welcome in, you're just in time. The random prehistoric animal is the Trigodon. Thank you for the prehistoric animal just before the end. So sorry for being late. Oh, do not apologize. It is totally okay. You're going to raid Hanimaru. Do I have the username correct? Okay, I do. This isn't Alabama Vampires. Wait, did you get the wrong song? That's actually really funny. Alright, our raid message will be Freebird. If I can find the good emote for it. There we go. That's our raid message. I'm glad you guys had fun. Thank you guys for drawing with me. I hope you all have a lovely night and self-care. And here's my Discord if you're not in that for future canvases. And I hope you all have a lovely weekend. I'll be live again Monday morning. If you'll be around, I'd love to have you. And yeah. Make sure to do something nice for yourself. And thanks for being here. Thanks for drawing if you did. Thanks for chatting or lurking. I'll see you next time.